folks. Looks like we are probably ready to actually go live. I hope. And over the last couple of streams, I've had some problems with the internet. I think I tracked that down to being related to some software that was installed on my other computer for security reasons. So hopefully this will be a much better stream when it comes to the output and everything, and the amount of actual latency and cutting out, and hopefully all of that will just stop being a problem. Although I may have to stop and restart the stream here in a second to get the bit rate up. Looks like everything is stable. No, we're good. All right, hopefully everyone can see what's going on here. And internet looks stable. Stream looks stable and live. So, all right, let's go ahead and jump into this. So, today I'm going to be working on what you see here on the table. That's the Gundam Wing Endless Waltz Edition, though it's not actually the Heavyarms custom from Endless Waltz. Gundam Heavyarms from Gundam Wing. I do have the Heavyarms custom from the actual Endless Waltz movie on order. That should be coming in sometime next year, according to P Bandai, because they absolutely love setting their pre-order windows really, really early. It's a kit that's been out for a couple of years already and has been available in some places, but I'm not willing to spend over $100 for it like some people are selling it for in various places. So that's not going to happen. Instead, what we are going to work on today, though, is the much more readily available non-P Bandai regular master grade Heavyarms. And yeah, I've been looking forward to making this kit for a while. I don't know why I didn't order it before I did. I think I just, I don't know. I guess I was just waiting for the moment to hit me to order it. One of the things that we are going to be doing today as well is I have this fantastic gun primer racer kit in. This is a glass file for getting rid of nub marks, and also the polishing block that came with it, and some other little polishing cloths. So we're going to be trying that out on removing nub marks today. And we're only going to be doing a little bit of painting on this kit. As you can see, I've already painted on the runners, which is a cardinal sin, but it really doesn't matter because a lot of the edges of this are going to be covered up inside the actual frame of the kit, so I'm not worried about it. But this dark plastic is the same as this dark plastic, and they were, as you can see, I made it a lot lighter. And that's so that the weaponry that we're going to end up seeing will actually stick through the plastic a little bit better. This is the frame that the missiles kind of pop out through. And the missiles and this part are both the same color, so there's not a lot of contrast there. So I wanted to go ahead and paint these and get those so that there would be some contrast. So we'll see that once we get to that point of the build. It does mean I had to cut my runners apart a little bit just because I didn't want to lose the numbers on them and end up having the pieces in the wrong place. Which, of course, ends up with a situation like, this, where I have to be very careful about where the actual pieces go, because I don't want to lose any of them, because I did have to chop the runners apart. So, hopefully that won't interfere too much with the actual build of the kit, and I won't get confused and feel stupid about it later, but we'll see. There's a high chance that I will get confused and feel stupid about it later. So, let's go ahead and start taking this thing out of the box and getting everything separated. I always like to include this as part of the build process when I do my videos, simply because there's a good number of people out there who may not have ever built one of these before and are interested in like what all goes into it, what is the actual, how do these things come packaged, what does it take to actually get started. And honestly, taking these things out of the plastic and getting them organized is something that it took me a long time to learn that. And by, taking me a long time to learn that, I mean, the first few kits I did, I just sort of took everything out and sort of had it thrown around, and I didn't really organize what I was doing very much. And so what I ended up with was builds taking a lot longer than they should, getting frustrated trying to find the pieces. It just was not a fun time for, you know, the actual build itself, because I just got frustrated right from the get-go. So now I just take my time, go through, make sure that I pull everything out, get it separated into the piles that it needs to be in, get the runners alphabetized, and that just makes it so much easier to work with later on, because I'm not having to hunt down what runner is where and what's supposed to be where, and just makes it a lot easier to do the actual build. It does mean you guys get to also hear a whole bunch of crackling plastic over my microphone, which is always fun. Well, it's fun for you guys. I don't think it's actually fun for you guys. Now, as you can see, this is a MG, so it's got a much more complicated build. It's got this fantastic actual booklet, so I don't have to fold any pages. And as you can see, this is part of the Endless Waltz line of master grades. There is, again, the pre-Bandai versions that are actually the customs from the actual Endless Waltz movie. And I don't really know why they call this the Endless Waltz. It's not. I mean, there's that's pretty obvious from just, you know, looking at the kit. It's not the EW custom. The Heavyarms EW custom has the greenish, dark bluish color palette. It's a lot more heavily armed. So, yeah, why they do that? Who knows? It's a mystery for the ages. All right. So let's go ahead and get some of this stuff situated. That's an H. C. Oof. There are quite a large number of runners on this kit, so I'm going to have to move some stuff around here. We've got some poly caps in this build. Not that I'm totally upset about that. It's kind of expected at this point. Got some... Oh, let's see. Well, those are probably going to be used last, so we'll go ahead and put those out of the way. Now, XA, XB, and XC are all for the inner frame of this kit. They are reused across most of these wing EW kits, the MG ones. So my guess is they just printed these in bulk and threw them in. Not that I'm unhappy about that. It's fairly common. So, yep. All right. These are more parts for the weapons, so we can set those out of the way because those won't get built until last. And XA, XB, and more XAs. So we got everything organized. I think we're pretty much ready to go here. Yeah, without any further meandering and futzing about, let's go ahead and get started. Looks like we're going to be building this body first, which is good because I've actually got some stuff that I'm going to do. So you can see here at step 1-6, we're going to be putting the chest machine guns in, and that is going to be, I'm actually going to do a little bit of dry brushing on those parts, just to make those gun barrels stand out a little bit. So we'll see how that works out once we get there, but I think it'll be pretty cool. Just to give it a little bit more pop, give it a little bit more of a worn look, and go from there. But yeah, let's start working on this inner frame of the top here. Now, one of the things that I will say is I don't particularly like. Some people really like putting together the inner frame part first, and then building all the armor and everything on top of it. I'm really not into that so much. Again, I know a lot of people are. It's cool. That's fine. There's a lot to be said for building it that way. It's just not my preferred method of building it, and that's just because I like to see it as it's built. I don't. The inner frame is nice. It's cool. You can do a lot of really cool display type stuff with it, where you take some of the armor bits off and show that there is a full mechanical inner frame. But I mean, that's not how I'm going to display it, so I don't really care to take all the time to do that. So, different strokes for different folks. Again, if that's how somebody builds theirs, that's pretty awesome. All right, and here we go. We've got tiny little Troa action figure who's going to go in there. He's not really an action figure, he's just a figure. And he is going to sit in his little pilot seat. Like, that is one really cool feature, I think, that master grades get over just about any other grade, is the fact that you do have these cool little pilot figures that go into the insides. They sit there and look really, really awesome. So that's a fantastic addition for master grades. You don't really get that in any other grade. I'm not even sure that I think the perfect grade that I put together did have that. So I'm not going to say you don't get it in other grades, but you do get it with most all master grades. But yeah, I mean, I've got a perfect grade I'm going to be doing next weekend, because next weekend is, of course, Independence Day here in the U.S. And in honor of that, yeah, it's a little pun, I'm going to be putting together the Strike Freedom Gundam, because America! All right. There we go. And there you have a neat little cockpit for Troa to sit in while he tries to pretend like he's not a Gundam pilot and pretends he's a circus performer instead. I mean, you'd think if you were a Gundam pilot, your dream would be to continue to be a Gundam pilot. But nope, Troa decided that his dream was, in fact, going to be to run off and join the circus. Yeah, the plot of Gundam Wing is all over the place at times. One of these days, I'm going to have to get a Heavyarms, or not a Heavyarms, a Death Scythe, and build that. It's also one of my favorite. A lot of my favorite designs come from Wing. My overall favorite design of all time is the X Gundam, or technically the Double X Gundam from Gundam X. But all of the next like 3 in my top 5 are from Gundam Wing. So that'd be the Heavyarms, the Tallgeese, and the Death Scythe in no particular order. They are all 3 just amazingly fantastic kits. All right. So that goes like that. Like that. All right. That picture was a little bit confusing, but we got it. I really am hoping to get this build done today, though it may take 2 days, just depending on timing. I've got some stuff I got to do later this evening, but we shall see. And again, that goes in like so. So we have mirrored parts there. Fantastic. Stickers, you go over there. Man, I don't know if it's simpler than IKEA or not. Some of that furniture, they don't. Sometimes they don't even give you full pictures. They're just like, yeah, take part, kerfluffle and put it on, top of part de Vergen, and you're like, I don't know what any of those words mean. All right, now how do these go? Like this. There we go. Oh, nope. I was putting that on wrong. That would make sense as to why it wasn't going down all the way. There we go. That's the correct way to do it. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's the upper shoulders area. And again, I do love how detailed these inner frames are. I mean, it just looks so cool to be able to build that out and be like, hey, check this out. You can actually open up the cockpit or take off the chest armor or something like that. But again, that's not one of the things that I really am super into when building these kits, but it is really, really cool that that is an option. And the amount of detail that they put into these things for stuff that most people who are, just looking at your collection are probably never going to see. Like, just knowing that it's there, knowing that if you really wanted to, you could strip this thing down and actually see the inner workings of it. I mean, the perfect grade GP01 that I did is a prime example of that. And that one's even got parts that you can, asking about what it's like to step on these things. Geez, man. Depends on the size of the piece, but you get a little piece like this one I'm working with here. If you don't notice that in your carpet or on your hardwoods or whatever, and you step on that thing, it's not pleasant. It's really not. I don't know if I'd go as far as Lego. Most of these don't have nearly as pointy corners, but man, they are not great to step on, that's for sure. There are much more things in life that I would like to step on rather than a spare model kit part. All right. So now comes the chance to use the racer that I got, that tempered glass file. See how this actually works for removing this here nub mark that I got. That is quite clean. I like that. So it's definitely not perfect, but it is really, really clean. That one's going to be a little bit tough for it to get anyways, just because of how the placement of the nub mark is on the part. But it is really, really clean. I do like that. All right, yeah, I'm a fan. I wasn't quite sure how much I'd end up liking it, but yeah, the answer is quite a bit. And I was also on an off-color piece, which traditionally, like the last couple of these I've done, you've seen that the off-colored pieces tend to have a discolored bit where the plastic is thicker when it's on the runner. I didn't see that with this. I don't know if that's a product of how this file cleans things up or what, but man, it makes quick work of those nub marks. Leaves everything looking really clean and smooth. That is very, very nice. And since this thing is actually just tempered glass, it should last a good long time, and it should clean up rather easily when I'm done with it. Both very, very nice pluses for it. Because I've got a couple of sanding sponges that I have been using. If you've been watching any of my other streams, they're good. Don't get me wrong. I'll probably still keep using them for various uses, but they're just not. I don't know. They just don't. They don't last very long. They tend to leave a lot of mess. They're just not ideal, I guess, is the problem. Alright, so this is supposed to go up there. Oh, okay. So, yeah, it just goes there like that. Alright. Now we need the other piece that goes with it, though. Ooh, all right. Sorry about the shaking of the camera there while I'm filing down this nub mark. That is so clean. Even if you know that the nub mark is supposedly there, or that's where the connection was, actually seeing it is an entirely different matter. Yeah, I don't think I've ever run into a. I have yet to see anything that removes nubs nearly as cleanly as this. I am very happy with the existence of this tool. In fact, I think I'd go so far as to recommend this to anybody who works on any sort of plastic things. You know, if you're doing Warhammer, Malifaux, 40K, any of those types of plastic minis. I mean, even filing down like seam lines and things like that look to be really, really clean and really, really easy. Here's where a little bit of painting comes in. Not a lot. For those of you who are even the least bit curious, I'm going to be doing a little bit of dry brushing with some Necron compound. It's a specifically dry paint, though it appears to currently be completely dry. Well, that's no good. Alright, maybe I'm not going to do any painting. Looks like the dry compound that I got is, it's not just a little dry, it is almost completely turned into just a pile of hardened paint goop inside the container. So, that's fantastic. We'll see if we can get anything out of it, though. That's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. I'll have to clean out the insides of those barrels, but otherwise they're not too bad. Hopefully it'll... And yeah, I'm okay with it kind of looking a little bit dirty here like it does. I'm not going to get upset about that. And there's a very specific reason for that, because I want these to look dirty. I want them to look worn, like there's a like they're miniguns that have been fired. I don't want them to look quite that gunky on the front, but I think it'll be fine. I can think of very few people who would actually get close enough to examine it to see. There. And that's the extent of the painting. And I think it's also the extent of what I'd ever be able to get out of this Necron compound. I don't know. I'm not a master Citadel paint. I don't know if that's how the thing is supposed to be. I know I had some in the past that was a little bit more liquid than that, but that is just, it's just solid paint is what it is. It is solid dried paint. No, yeah, it's a 40K thing. It's Citadel paints. You might be able to see it there. I don't know. But yeah, it is. It's a Citadel minis thing, and again, it's supposed to be a dry paint, like a dry brush kind of thing. I didn't think it was gonna be quite that dry. I'm gonna take that back to the to where I bought it, and actually ask those guys and be like, is this correct? Is this supposed to be that dry? Because this feels like it is way too dry. But we'll see. I mean, it's not a big deal. As long as it does its job of getting the front of those barrels a little bit more standoutish than just being the same gray color as the rest of the kit, then I'm fine with it. It's just kind of it's kind of one of those sort of moments where it's like, that's something about this feels wrong. All right, now let's get some detailing, because this actually is going to be fully on display. me, you don't build a giant robot with giant Gatling guns in its chest and then cover them up forever. It's not how this works. It's not like it's some arms race that you're trying to win by keeping things hidden. You wanted to show that off. Let's see how that actually looks with all that in place. Oh yeah. Alright, do a little bit of cleanup on some of the gunk that was left on these. I'm actually very happy with how that looks. Even though the Necron compound is very, very dry. If I've got any friends out there who are watching who are into building 40K models and have used the Necron compound in the past, if you could just like drop a comment or a chat message or something and be like, hey, it's supposed to be that dry, then that's fine. But man, it really is just chunk is all that is. It's just real chunky. Still loving this new tool. This thing is just so great. We'll see how well it works on this piece here that's going to have some pretty major surface nub marks, which are always kind of unfortunate, but we'll see see how it looks. So far, so good. Again, there's just a bit of discoloration on the plastic from where it's connected to that runner. But it's not nearly as noticeable as it has been on other kits. In fact, as soon as that is buffed out, that is almost invisible. This piece, I'm gonna have to go in with the knife and do some shaving. There we go. bit of the brown going on in here. Oh man, that is starting to look sweet. You can even still see Troa up in his little cockpit there. Probably not on the camera, but you can. Again, I don't know if that actually comes through, if you can see it. But yeah, you got the little bit of a silver catching the light there on the Gatling guns. That's actually really cool. Yeah, I'm super happy with that effect. It really makes it stand out from the rest of the mechanics in there. Oof. Getting down into that area is a little tough. All right, so here we have a curved piece. It's got some nubs on it. So we'll see how it looks. These are always a little difficult to deal with. So we'll see how the racer takes on curved surface nubs. Not bad at all. It's not perfect, but I have yet to find a method for getting rid of nub marks on a curved surface that is perfect. So this is very, very close to perfect. I'll give it that. Closer than some other methods I've tried, that's for sure. Oh, oh. Dropping pieces is the worst. No heavy arms would be complete without some shoulder cannons. So let's go ahead and get those on. piece. And there we go. Clean these up a bit with the eraser. Again, if you seriously, I cannot stress enough how clean and easy getting rid of these marks with this new glass file really is. Makes me question how long this thing has existed, and I've not actually taken advantage of it until now. Because I'd feel real bad if this is something that has been out there for years and years and I've just never seen it. But I think this is a relatively new product on the market, like within the last 6 months, because I didn't start seeing people talking about it until I noticed it for sale on one of the websites I frequent. That's the USA Gundam store. I got the stickers all around my work mat here. Excellent store. If you're looking for Gunpla, I suggest checking them out. But until they started carrying it, I had never heard of it. And then I looked up some reviews from some other YouTubers. Zacharelius talked about it. A couple other ones that I looked at that were just some general reviews for it of streamers that I don't really pay that much attention to normally, just to get a feel for what the general thoughts on it are, and everybody seemed to like it. So yeah, I picked one up. Don't regret it. All right. Especially considering as how this here Heavyarms does have some rather conspicuous surface nubs, which it's a little disappointing. This kit is a few years older. I'm not exactly sure how old it is, but it's not the newest MG out there, that's for sure. Some of the newer MGs are a little bit more undergated, have a little bit better design, especially like the Verkaz. But this is not a Verkaz, this is EW. But man, it is still a sweet looking kit once it's all said and done. I mean, just these shoulder cannons even are just so sweet looking. Heavyarms in itself is a sweet looking design. And there's a couple different ways you can actually put this kit together if you want. Like you can actually have it have a left hand that holds the Gatling gun as opposed to the Gatling gun just replacing the left hand. But you can also build it in such a way that it has the Gatling gun covering where the left hand should be, and underneath the gun you can pull it off and there's the beam saber handle. And that's how I'm going to build it, because that's far more accurate to the one of the most iconic scenes of the show. Though ironically, that iconic scene doesn't even have the main pilot in it. It's Hiro Yui when he goes up against Zex with the heavy arms out in the snow, where you really get a good idea of that whole, when he runs out of ammo, drops the Gatling, pulls the beam saber. Such a sweet, iconic fight. Not even Troa in the cockpit. So that's just always been a little bit funny to me. And here's something that you really are only going to get in master grades and maybe real grades, though I doubt we'll ever get a real grade heavy arms. But that's the color accuracy of just having these holes, slits in the front of the chest parts that you can slide a actual color accurate piece into and actually have that color separation coming through as actual separate parts. If this were a high grade, that would likely just not be color accurate at all, or it'd be a pretty obvious sticker. But nope, on a sweet master grade like this, you get the fantastic parts and color separation. Just the attention to detail. I mean, the history of Gundam model kits and their evolution and engineering has just been fantastic. Like, just reading up on all of the everything that's gone into these over the years, and all of the innovations and changes to the processes and everything has just been it's just fascinating. All right. It looks like one of my neighbors has decided to rev up his engines. Oh, is that this piece here? I think it is. All right, yes. Again, just another piece that I had to cut off when I pre-painted some of the parts on the still on the runner from earlier. I'll keep that there. I'm going to need it in a second. All right. I apologize if I'm being a little on the quiet side today. It's just trying to concentrate on this build and get through it. It's a fantastic build and don't really have much to talk about. There's not a lot of Gundam model kit news. There's a couple of P Bandai kits that have been announced recently. Don't really care all that much about that. Let P Bandai be P Bandai, I guess. I've never really... I mean, I've got some P Bandai kits. I've ordered some P Bandai kits that are coming in. The ones that they just announced, though, are not really anything I overly care about. It's the MG Testament Gundam, which I don't even know what that is. I'm assuming it's something from Seed. I'm probably wrong about that. But that pretty much just should tell you exactly how much I know about or care about the recent P Bandai announcements. When I don't even remember the name or remember what franchise the thing is from. Did I not cut that at the right spot? That's interesting. These chest pieces are not symmetrical. I never noticed that. Wonder if that's intentional or... I mean, I'd have to go look at the original character model and see if that's actually intentional, but they're not actually symmetrical. Or are they? No, apparently I'm just looking at it wrong. Yeah, they are symmetrical. Alright, fair enough. That's me. I was holding it upside down or something and not paying attention. It's very rare that you get asymmetrical Gundams, and I guess I kind of let myself get a bit ahead of myself there. Alrighty. Almost done with the chest area. Just got to put the other machine gun cover on here. Just like that. Did I not have that on right? I did not have that on right. Let's pop it on. Close it up. So there we have the Heavyarms chest when it's closed. And again, you can see that we have the opening cockpit there so that you can actually look in and see a tiny little Troa Barton. Probably can't see it all too well even over here. But he's in there, trust me. And then, of course, the way this thing is meant to be displayed. Open with full guns blazing. I still really, really like that the dry brushing that is there. That really helps make those machine guns pop. So there we go. Now we're moving on to the Heavyarms head. And thank God this is a master grade. Oh, well, while we're here, let's give ourselves a little buddy to watch us build with. Tiny little 1/100 Troa there. You probably can't see him. We'll have him stand over here next to his Gundam. Just giving us moral support there. Thanks, Tiny Troa. All right, moving on to the faceplate here. Just trying to get the panel lining correct on the face. That's always very important. Gives it a nice pop expression there, and make sure that that actually shows up really well. Get all the lines in there so that people can actually look at it and go, "Yep, that's a Gundam face." All right, now we get to put some stickers on. These are the only actual shiny-ish stickers that we get on this kit. All the rest of them, we got some, looks like some dry transfers over there and some sticker-like decals that go on various points of the model. But these are the only actual stickers we have that are just, you know, straight up stickers, I guess you could say. Oof. Let's see how this turns out. The we got a side half split on the head here. That could be good or bad. Just depends on the how visible that seam line is, or the and whether or not it detracts from the overall aesthetics of the kit. Now, given that this is, you know, Heavyarms, I don't think it's going to matter all that much. I think the aesthetics will be fine. There we go. Hit that nub mark with that racer. Alright, so it looks like they're actually playing this off as that's actually part of the kit itself, or part of the mecha design. Because they're going to give us a nice little line there that we can panel line. So that's fine. Doesn't detract at all from the aesthetics. I'm fine with it. There we go. All right. There we go. Just trying to get some very subtle panel lining on the antenna here around the base of it to make it look like it's separate, and I think we achieved that on the one side. Let's see if it comes out looking as good on the other side. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. It is very subtle, but it doesn't need to stick out a lot. It's not a super important detail, and you don't want it to be distracting or detracting, but you do want it to look like it is a separate piece. So panel lining there is a little bit important. ahead and give our Heavyarms his little ball cap bill here. Oh. And something just went on the floor. What did I just knock on the floor? I see. Nothing important. Not part of the kit, that's for sure. Alright, almost done with the head. Just gotta file down, panel line the last bit of the crest. So to address that, Evan, I used to do Twitch. I don't know why I changed over, honestly. I think it's because Twitch's like archive and search features are awful, and if people don't already know that what my stream is, then they're, they're not likely to find it. YouTube's algorithms and everything are just better for letting people find stuff, as opposed to Twitch, which is probably better for actually just streaming. Plus, Twitch doesn't really have much in the way of like archiving your streams and all of that, unless they've gotten a lot better recently. But back when I started, it just was not great for that. So that's why I switched over to YouTube. The problem with YouTube is that if I say that this content is not made specifically for children, then they force you to log in to watch it, which makes zero sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand that. Like, I'm sure YouTube has their reasons for that, but it's not. I don't know why it keeps trying to make the content restricted in that way. It's very funny, Evan. 9 out of 10 joke. I'd probably laugh at it. Maybe. All right. So, heads are done. So let's start working on some arms, shall we? And now it's back to the XB and XA runners for all of those fantastic inner frame moments that we all love. Right, but the problem is, Evan, and I totally agree, it can be made for children, or it can be safe for children, but not made for it. But that's not an option when you go to set up a video on YouTube. It's either this content is for children or this content is not for children. And there are very specific rules around what is specifically called out as for children. And I don't know if there's a middle ground. I haven't seen a middle ground. The options are really kind of vague and seem very, very deterministic. And so I just mark it as not for children because there's a whole bunch of other regulations you get into if you do mark it as for children. So I don't know why people are forced to log in to watch this content. It's something I'm going to have to look into. But for right now, yeah, I have no idea why it makes people want to have to log in to view my streams. So it's something I'm going to look into. I tried to look into it the last time I streamed. I couldn't really find a definitive answer. I mean, it's not like I'm over here cursing up cursing up a storm and saying all kinds of controversial things or whatever. I mean, I'm just putting together model kits, so who knows? And I'm not sure what you mean by too many pieces. I'm not sure there's such a thing when it comes to Gundam model kits. I mean, is there really such a thing? I don't think so. I am of the opinion that there is no such thing as too many pieces when it comes to these kits. The more pieces, the better, if you ask me. That means you've got more detail, more articulation most of the time, probably some really cool weapons and stuff. Nah. So we're going to have to disagree on that one. All right. Now we get into the fun bits. And we see if my gambling and my assumptions on painting actually are going to pay off. And yeah, I know painting things on the runners is always it's always a crappy way of doing it. But again, the way these runners are designed, I'm not, and how these pieces go together, I'm not exactly over worried about it. Oh yeah, that is a good mixture of colors and contrast there. I am very happy with how that looks right now. Now we've got where are the other ones over here? All right, so having pre-painted those, that should make these stand out a little bit more. All right, yeah, those actually, I like that. That is a good contrast there. But we can make it a little bit better. I don't like that these are all connected and on top. So let's just go ahead and black those out. Get a little bit more contrast. I know it's doing black on dark gray and it's not the best. But it's good to know. I think the other ones all go in through the back, which is good to know. I think that's decent. I think that looks good. You can actually see the missile pods. Because before painting this inner part here that surrounds the missile pods, that was all the same color as the outer frame here. So what you would end up with is just one straight gray slate. And then further down on the legs, you ended up having like this white background, and then you had the dark gray missiles that would come through. So it looked a lot better on the legs. So I want to do something similar on the shoulders, but I didn't want to do them stark white because then you start seeing, then it just kind of looks like it clashes up in the shoulders because the shoulders are such dark colors anyways with the red and the orange. So I wanted to do that. And yeah, it's when you're painting these, which I'm going to do for, I got a couple on the backlog that I really want to do some custom paint jobs on, mostly because they're either duplicates of kits I already have or I think they just deserve a custom paint job, Evan. But it's generally you don't want to paint them on the runners because you end up where, like, if you look at these pieces, you see that the runners actually are connected here, so you would end up with some dark spots if you painted this a different color. So what I've done in the past when I painted these is you assemble it pretty much fully into the pieces that you know are going to be painted together, and then you prime and pre-paint them, and then you reassemble everything after that. So you need to, I feel it's a little bit easier unless you're very familiar with the kit to go ahead and get the painting done like as a whole, or like get the kit together first, see where you need to paint, take some notes on it, then break it all apart and paint it that way. Yeah, and I get your point. Like most of the time, if you're working on like the Warhammer stuff or the whatever miniatures game you're playing models, yeah, you want to get them done faster. Uh, But since I'm not playing any games with this and I'm doing it purely for aesthetic sake, they are, yeah, I'm just gonna, I don't care. More pieces, man. More pieces. So, but I'm not sure what you mean by not enough contrast that way, because there's a delay between what I say and when you hear it. So I'm not sure which piece you were talking about there not being enough contrast. But But yeah, I have done it on one kit where I took everything off the sprues and pre-painted and undershaded and all of that, and it actually turned out looking pretty good until I completely screwed it up and threw the kit away, because the kit itself was old and just awful looking to begin with. But yeah, I've yes, take it off the sprues first, then paint it. But for a lot of the pieces, especially if you're doing like leg bits or whatever, and we can get into that, but so like on this, if I were doing it, I would want this piece mostly assembled here, all of the orange together, so that I could get the shading and everything correct through the and consistent all over this piece if I'm doing airbrushing. So I would want that together, partially most of the head together first. So there is some benefit in these larger kits, especially if you're doing airbrush painting and not just brush detailing, to have some pieces pre-assembled. So, all right, let's see. So yeah, there is a delay. I'm not denying that. And yes, Twitch is better for some things, but it is not better for what I want to do. And I really wish there was a way to stream to both Twitch and YouTube, or export from Twitch to YouTube. I mean, I guess I could record these as I'm streaming them to Twitch and then upload them to YouTube, but since these are usually 6-7 hour long videos, that seems a bit, the upload time would be a bit excessive, so. Not that I'm against doing it that way. I might experiment around with it. It would be interesting to see if I could stream to both simultaneously, but I don't think that's possible with. I mean, it probably actually is. I would just have to research how to do it. I don't think the application I'm using allows for it. Maybe if I had 2 instances of the app open and all that, but I mean, then you're talking about taking a double hit to your bit rate. It's not ideal. But I'll look into it and see what the best options might be. Anyways, as I was saying, Evan, since you're here, this thing that I'm using here to remove the sprue marks, the nub marks, or whatever you want to call them, is absolutely fantastic. So I'm gonna give somebody that I know who does these sorts of things a full recommendation for it. It's the Gun Primer Racer set. Racer. It's a glass file. No, that was probably upside down. That's definitely upside down. But yeah, the Racer. That's a separate piece. So that's a whole different thing there. All right. Gotcha. Right. Here's the back of the arm, or back of the shoulder. Fantastic. Also, Evan, I wish you had been here a little bit earlier when I was doing some of the dry brushing. I've got some Citadel dry brush Necron compound, and it is just almost completely solid inside of the container. And I was not sure if that was how it's supposed to be, or if because I don't work with it very often. Well, what streaming program do you use? Because I'm using OBS right now, and it can stream to both, but I don't know if it can stream to both simultaneously. All right, and there's a fantastic looking shoulder. Okay, yeah, I didn't think it was supposed to be that way. I mean, I got what I needed out of it, but yeah, like just I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I mean, yeah, it's pretty much just solid in there, like a big thing of soft foam rubber or something. Okay, so yeah, like OBS, like you said, it does stream to both, but I don't think because I use OBS, but I don't think it can stream to both at the same time. You have to actually pick a stream when you set up your stream, and you can only pick one stream at a time. But I'm thinking or wondering if I had two instances of it open at once, if I could stream to both at once. Who knows? It's possible. It's definitely something to play around with and look into. But again, it's a bitrate thing. Like, because you're going to be trying to upload the same thing to two different places, so you got to have high stream quality, etc. But no, I mean there's one thing. It's one thing to be frozen. This is like just absolute solid inside there. Like I stuck my paintbrush down into it, and it came out as like big clumps of foam. And I mean, I'm glad I only needed it for the one piece that I was doing. But man, it's pretty solid. I might actually just take it back to where I got it and be like, dudes, let me see if I can exchange this for a different thing of the compound. All right. Oh, there is? I'll have to look for that button, man. Thanks for that. I did not know that was an option. I'll have to I'm probably going to do another stream tomorrow, so I'll look into that. And then of course next weekend when I'm doing the Freedom Gundam, so thanks for the tip. Oh yeah, that contrast is much better. That subtle gray, the lighter gray than the I didn't want it bright white, so I think the gray works out really well there. Very nice. Especially considering as how again on the legs it's got that white backing, so they shine out really well. Which just kind of made me wonder why they didn't do that up on the shoulders already. I mean, most everything else on here is pretty color separated and color accurate. So the shoulders not having that is kind of odd, but yeah. Oh well. How are the kittens doing, Evan? They adjusting in well and all of that? They seem to be doing pretty good from the last picture you posted. Oh, that's good. Kittens usually adjust pretty fast. I mean, there are some instances, of course, where they, not coming from a great place or whatever, but no, they're pretty flexible when it comes to new stuff. I mean, my cat, she's about a year old and she has adjusted very quickly, which is, very good. I was very happy to, that she managed to get stuff together. So let's see, and then this goes. Oh, Yeah, I mean, kittens are gonna kitten. They're gonna get into stuff. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna be inquisitive and they're gonna be goofy and they're gonna be clumsy and they're gonna knock stuff over and they're gonna fall over, etc. If you guys don't have a regular vet already lined up, the vet up here in DeForest that took care of my cats and my current kitten, really, really good, very nice people. Uh, I can give you their information if you don't have a veterinary yet. But one thing you got to watch out for with new kittens, especially, is them getting a little head cold or whatever. It's not serious, but if you don't treat it, it could get more serious than it seems like. So, but yeah, I had to take mine in just a little while ago because she was having a bunch of sneezing fits, and of course she had an upper respiratory infection. I had to give her medicine, and she actually took the medicine pretty well when I mixed it in with her food, but she didn't like the fact that some of the medicine had to be rubbed into her eyes, which I'm not quite certain why you have to do that, but oh well. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, classic Heavyarms, fully firing shoulders. All right, I'll see what I can do about the volume real quick. Thanks. The volume on this thing is one of the things that I've been struggling with overall, simply because it's hard to get the input stuff just right, especially since I really can't hear it. Like, I've tried doing recording and all that. That's not what I want. Sound settings. So let's see. Volume's all the way up. That's that. Then let's adjust. There we go. All right, let me know if that is any better. I just turned some of the settings up and set the gain up a little bit. So let me know if it's like too loud or picking up a lot of background noise. Don't think there's much background noise for it to pick up, honestly, but just let me know. It's a new microphone, so I'm not entirely used to the settings on it or anything yet. Okay, good. All right. Might have to get out the sanding stick for this. Where's that at? Here we go. That's not going to do it. I'm probably going to have to go with this. That does not want to clean up, does it? Actually, let's try this. Oh, I've already got one out. Get a fresh sander out. I think that one's about had it. That's much better. That's much better. All right. Now we can come in here with this. There we go. It looks a lot better. Now that I know that that's going to be a much more visible part, I can correct that problem on the other side before it ever becomes a problem. There we go. Much better. All right, but yeah, thanks for the tip on the sound, Evan. Again, it's really hard to judge just by listening to the recordings and playback and everything. So hopefully this is the level that it'll want to stay at going forward. All right. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Good. That's the volume thing is just it's hard to really judge, man. It's especially when you've just got a new microphone, a new setup, and everything. So, not that I'm trying to be super professional streamer guy, but I mean, I at least want it to be decent if I'm going to be doing it, right? I mean, if you're not going to do something right, then just why even do it? There we go. Yeah, the problem with doing background music is some of it is copyrighted. So I actually had a couple of my Twitch streams edited and had the audio removed because the music I was listening to was uh, not fair use, I guess. Whatever. That's why I'm not having any music in the background here, is because I haven't found any music that I think wouldn't be that I want to listen to that would get past it. So I've been thinking of doing just like some classical music or something like that. But right now, I mean, it's totally really really low on my priorities. So yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm getting any money off of the stream, so I feel like somehow it should be fair use. But man, copyright law is real dumb sometimes. All right, well, there's part of one arm. That's just a shoulder. Oh man, it really took me that long just to get a shoulder. And yeah, you're right. I mean, it's definitely the ad revenue stuff. But yeah, again, copyright law is complicated law, and So I just avoid it by not even trying at this point. Unless I can get something that I know is open source. Well, not open source. Open source is the wrong word. Public domain is the correct term. Although I do like the idea of open source music. Anybody can contribute to this music. As long as you can play it, you can upload it to the music repository. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of open license music out there. I just, again, am not going out of my way to find it right now. Okay, so that's very specific about that. Oh, no. Yep, alright, had that right the first time. And then that's going to go like that. Alright, got it. Oh, really? Man, I haven't touched Puzzle and Dragons since, like, literally since I had to give my iPhone back to my old company. Because that's what I used to play it on, was iPhone. I haven't played any mobile games in a long time, actually. So, have they done any cool crossovers recently with Puzzle Dragons? Because I know they did the like, did they ever bring the more of the uh, did they ever bring any more of the anime crossovers over? Because I know that there was some talk about there was some that they, licensing and everything they probably couldn't bring over. That was kind of disappointing. Uh, all right. Nope, wrong place. D. Is the Ava stuff coming to the U.S.? Or is it going to be just in Japan still for a while? And wait, I mean, Shaman King, was that ever even released in the U.S. like as an anime? Like, I know it's on Crunchyroll, I think, but like, I don't think it was ever like broadcast on any network or anything, unless like Cartoon Network picked it up and I missed that. Shaman King actually isn't bad. Shaman King is very much it's on the same lines as, say, One Piece or Dragon Ball or Hunter x Hunter. It's, you know, your typical let's go on a journey style shonen anime. But I don't think it was ever broadcast anywhere in the U.S. And I may even be mistaken on whether or not it was in, whether or not it was on Crunchyroll. Seriously though, I am loving this new file. That thing is amazing so far. Ha! Kamen Rider and Power Rangers. I'm fine with that. I mean, one's a Sentai show and one's Kamen Rider, which I don't think you'd have to ask Zach about this, but I don't think the Kamen Rider stuff is technically Sentai because I think Sentai has to have a team. But again, you'd have to ask the expert on that, and that'd be Zach, because I have no idea. That's always how I've kind of classified it. Is if it's Sentai if it has a team. If it doesn't have a team, it's, you know, just a kind of a superhero style show. Kind of like, you know, Ultraman isn't really Super Sentai, but then again, Ultraman might be classified as Super Robot. Man, I don't know. Zach doesn't watch these streams, so I guess we'll never know. This one I'm going to have to sand a little bit. Yeah, but I mean that's a I think that's just a trope of that genre, man. Like I don't think every at least every Power Rangers show since probably the first one. There may be a couple other ones that didn't have always had like the multiple transformations, especially for like the main character, and everybody else gets like a second form or something. Like that stuff's always insane like that. Still hate that there's that discolored spot there. I'd have to sand a lot more to get that down though, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, it's just where the runner slash sprue is thicker against the plastic, and it's just kind of annoying. I'm sure there's a way to fix it. I'm sure I'm too lazy to do it. Because it probably involves painting the whole kit, and I'm not doing that for this kit. Mostly because the specific oranges and reds that you'd have to get for it are very specific, and I am not good at mixing colors. Yeah, as far as games I've been playing though, I kind of got into Fantasy Star Online with a friend of mine. He plays on Xbox. I've got it on PC. And then I've been playing Elder Scrolls Online with another friend of mine, which, I mean, it's not bad. It's not. It doesn't feel like Elder Scrolls, I guess, is the problem. Like, it's got a lot of the tropes of Elder Scrolls, but at the end of the day, there just feels like there's something missing. Like everything feels a little too static at times. But I mean, I guess that's the it being an MMO and not something that you can throw a lot of interchangeability and like you can't change the status of the world because it's got to stay the same for all the new players. So like that's kind of eh. There we go. I'm not entirely disagreeing with you on that. Uh, but they're sometimes they're pretty fun. Though in fairness, the game that I've been getting the most enjoyment out of playing lately has been Earth Defense Force 5. I've been playing that through that with some friends. That game is just crazy. Though we are on the last level now, so I don't know what we're gonna do after that. Next Earth Defense Force isn't coming out till next year. All right, almost done with this one whole arm. That's exciting. There we go. Heavy arm. Not arms, heavy arm. Just the one arm. It's pretty heavy, though. I'll give it that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They made a floor's lava. That's actually pretty cool. I remember watching the that one stupid show where they had like the cutouts of the people and you had to like do the poses and go through the hole and all of that. Sounds a bit like that, maybe from where I'm at over here. But yeah, that's kind of silly. But like that's the kind of game shows we need. I really, really wish there was a channel or even like a streaming service that would stream the like all of the just weird Japanese game shows that come on. Like the one game show where they essentially just put people in a room with a bunch of stuff that is and is not edible, and they have to try and figure out only by eating things whether or not what is in the room is edible. Like, I don't know who thought of that. It's kind of brilliant, and it's also like just absolutely hilarious to watch. Holy moly. I'll have to check that out. I've been meaning to pick up the game on Switch. The oh, what's the name of it? It's a golf game that's like just really bizarre. Like, it's not really a golf game. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, I'll check some of those out. I've got a little bit of time here and there on the weekends when I'm not doing this sort of thing. Although today I'm kind of a little bit regretting doing this. Not because I don't want to put this kit together, because this kit is fantastic and amazing and I'm loving every second of it. But it's like, 80 something degrees out with 98.3% humidity or some craziness. And my thermostat is downstairs, which is much cooler than my upstairs, which is where my studio is. And while the lights up here are not heat producing lights, which I'm very thankful for, the lack of AC being on is making it just a bit stuffy. And I'm not going to bring a fan or something up here, because then that's all you'd hear on the stream is fan blowing. All right. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Here we go. I mean, dude, it's not... If it were just the heat outside, then fine. Go outside, have a picnic. It's not just the heat, man. It's the humidity. Like, I went out to the game store this morning to pick up that a brush so I could do the detailing work that I was doing on here. And oh my god, it just even then, like, I left the house this morning at a little after 9. And even at that point, it was 78 degrees out. Okay, that's fine. But it was just so humid outside that it felt way hotter. like, oh god, it was just oppressively humid, which of course makes it feel hotter. I mean, I guess it makes sense with all the rain and everything we had yesterday, but I kind of wish we had some more of that going on this evening. I don't know what the forecast is. Maybe there's more thunderstorms in the forecast, but right now it's just oppressively hot and humid out. Yeah, if you can get out before the sun comes up, then it's real nice. But man, it is just so hot and humid out today. Fantastic day for a indoor activity. Although I'm pretty sure that later this evening, about 7:30, 8 o'clock, when the sun starts to set and all that, it'd be a fantastic time to have a cookout. Which is ironic because I would love to do another cookout over at Lee's place, but you know, things being what they are at the moment. Although, as you said, I should probably do a cookout at my place so that I quit mooching off of the fact that Lee actually owns a grill. And I do not. I mean, I could just buy a grill. Like, that's not a big deal. But again, it all comes back down to being a little lazy. But the other side of it is that I don't really have a fantastic place to store the grill, and I don't really want to use the communal grill that we have here. But I mean, the grill over there is actually underneath the overhang. It's a nice patio. There's no reason not to use it, other than I don't want to end up being in a situation where I'm trying to use it and somebody else is like, hey, I want to use the grill. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm in the middle of using it. No, I get that, man. I've been wanting to get people together and do a uh, like cook some chicken parmesan for folks, but I have just not had the time or the like. So like this week, I probably could have prepped and done it, but about halfway through the week, I just kind of got to the point where I was like, I don't really want to do anything difficult or time consuming this weekend. Like, oddly enough, we are going through a bicycle boom in our industry right now. So my job is a little bit more hectic than it usually is, just because of the amount of work that we're trying to get done to support the fact that we are selling a ton of bicycles at the moment. So, it's a bunch of meetings and a bunch of, switching gears, and that's not a pun, but it is. And just trying to get everything done so that we can support the amount of bicycles that we're trying to sell. And it's, by the end of the week, I'm just so worn out from it that I just don't want to do anything. Which is kind of a crappy way to end up at the end of the day, but sometimes that's just how it be. Life don't always be like that, but sometimes it do be that. Though it was nice. I got out. Yeah, actually, I might have time this Sunday. I'll have to double check with some people, but I think the normal thing that I do on Sunday is probably going to end up being canceled. So I could probably do that. I was over at a friend of mine's house yesterday evening because we decided that we were sick and tired of not being able to do what we wanted. So we did our own little Magic pre-release for the Core Set 2021 that just dropped. And that was pretty fun. It was, oddly enough, even though I was just hanging out at my friend's house and it was just the two of us playing with our pre-release packs, feeling all sad and lonely, it was probably some of the best pre-release Magic I've ever had. Just, good pulls, decent deck build. I usually end up in a situation where I either have really good pulls, but nothing to support the pulls that I get, and I end up having, subpar decks from it, or I end up having really poor pulls, but an okay deck to support it, and still get beat by people who just have better, mythics and rares and all. But yesterday actually was pretty good both ways. Yeah, I don't know, man. I got back into it because Pioneer was a good format. It sort of encompasses the back when I was actually playing more regularly, like Innistrad block and cons and all of that, and Zendikar and a little bit of stuff before that I never really got into, but it was the stuff that I enjoyed playing. So I got back into it because of that, and I always like pre-releases and sealed. I'm not going to go out and do a bunch of drafts or whatever, and I mean, let's face it, standard is pretty bad at the moment. And modern hasn't changed, so Pioneer was actually kind of oh, okay, this is interesting enough, I can play it. But of course now Pioneer is going to run into the exact same problems that standard is, because it's basically standard extended. So yeah, I don't know I don't know how much more I'm going to keep up with it, but I mean, sealed stuff is always fun. I think the mystery booster draft was a cool idea. I'm not sure how I feel about the jumpstart stuff. Depends on how you do it. It's kind of like Smash Up, but with Magic cards. So yeah, it's a whole weird kind of thing that they've got going on in Magic right now. There's so many different things that they're trying to push as ways to play, I guess, that I think I'll just stick to Pioneer and Sealed. Though this whole pandemic has hurt a lot of my hero clicks playing as well, and yeah, I'm ready to get back to the point where I can actually go out and play games and hang out with friends the way I used to. Because, I mean, let's face it, 90% of the reason that I play any of these games is because I enjoy the company of the people that I play with more so than I enjoy the games. Which is why you don't see me doing a lot of super organized Magic events, because I don't know, I just don't. There are some people in the local Magic community that I guess I just rather not play against. Like, playing against friends is super cool, but like overall, like I'm not going to get too deep into like going out and playing every weekly event or whatever, simply because there's some people I'm like, yeah, I just don't really want to be around you as a person. What is it you haven't heard of? Again, there's the delay here, so I don't know what part I was talking about that you haven't heard of. The jumpstart stuff? If you're talking about the jumpstart stuff, it's an interesting idea. It's a bunch of reprints. I don't know how much in it is reprint versus new cards. I don't think there's a lot of new cards, if any. But the idea is basically you get a pack, and your pack is themed. So the theme that I ended up getting, because I got a couple when I did the pre-ordered the pre-release, they were giving away a couple of jumpstart packs. And what I ended up getting were both the same, which was basically just green creatures. And the idea is it's a 20 card pack that comes with your normal spells and like 7 lands, I think. And then you take another pack with also 20 cards and you open that and you just basically use those 2 packs to play a game. Like, it's actually, I think it's a really cool idea. I don't know how many different themes they put in it, because I know there's multiple themes per color. But yeah, I mean, I ended up getting 2 of the same theme, so it's like, oh, look, I'm just going to have a bunch of big green creatures, and that's pretty much it. But a friend of mine ended up getting one that was called Manticores, and it was all red Manticores and stuff. Again, it's an interesting idea. I haven't actually like grabbed any packs of it to fully play yet. And the ones, like I said, the ones I did get were both the same one, so I really can't judge it too much based on that. But it's an interesting idea on how to get like new people into Magic, and just being like, hey, you just grab these 2 packs and you can sit down and play a game. You don't have to worry about deck building. You don't have to worry about land balance or any of that. It's literally just I think the breakdown ends up being like 13 spells in a deck and 7 lands. So you have 14 lands and 26 cards. So yeah, I mean, it depends on the number of archetypes in it, because they're still random packed archetypes. So you can't just like go out and be like, oh, I want to get this archetype and I want to get this other archetype and smash those together. You like, it's all random. So I could see maybe doing 1 or 2, sealed events for it. But like on a regular basis, nah. Like, maybe if I bought a box of it and some friends came over and we just jammed it, like, that'd be cool. But I'm much more interested in doing friend drafts with the boxes of the mystery boosters that I have, because I absolutely love randomness in that way. And I mean, it's a whole set of just random cards from random sets. Cards that I've never seen, bunch of cards that I have seen. So yeah, it's the mystery booster thing is far more appealing to me. But I mean, even then, it's not like I can go out and play with people on that because of the whole, lockdown thing that we're currently under. Not that we shouldn't be, or okay, not lockdown, but the safer at home, gradual reopening thing. So again, I don't disagree with the orders that have been given in those regards. It is definitely a needed situation. I guess it hurts my feelings that there's a lot of people out there who just can't accept that, and they think it's all, fun and games or whatever. And it's like, no, people, this is you got to do this to stay alive and not get sick. Like, how is this a hard concept to grasp? All right, this one. Yeah, I guess technically you're right. It is the safer at home is done, but there's the whole forward Dane recommendations and guidelines and all of that, which I think are still technically legally binding guidelines. Like, I think you can still get in trouble if you violate them. So, which is entirely legit in my opinion. Like, people should not be doing things that are putting other people's health at risk. Like, honestly, all the guidelines should be, all right, don't be a dick. Like, I don't see how this is that hard, guys. There. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I figured it's probably something like that. It's still not great though. Like, people should just yeah, man. You know what it is. You know how it be. It just makes me a little upset at times that it's like, here's the common sense thing to do, and people want to turn it into some sort of argument about freedoms or political leanings or whatever, and it's like, no, this is literally just, it's so you don't die. Like, come on. But we live in an age where people think that their opinions are as good as the facts and just as valid, and you know what? That's not true. The facts don't care about your opinions. Ugh. Man, people are just dumb. Like, that's all there is to it. Not all people. Not all people are dumb, but enough people are. And I think that's the key thing here, is that not all people are dumb, but enough people are dumb to make it hard for the rest of us. Oh man. I mean, I guess at that point, like if it's a misdemeanor, like what do you want to do? Fill your gel up with people just being stupid like that? It's yeah, I don't know. Like there's a fine line there. Like should the person be doing it? No. Should they get charged and fined? Definitely. I don't think they should be like arrested or anything, but like law should be upheld. Ah, yes, good old George Carlin coming up with some great quotes. Right, that's what I mean. Like they don't have to put them in jail, but they could, give them a citation or a fine or something. Something that makes it so that they are incentivized to not continue being stupid. All right. Go on. Hmm. Yeah, that's not just a Wisconsin thing, unfortunately. All right. Tell her I said hey. really do like that file. That file is nice. Let's talk about this file a little bit more. I honestly have not seen an easier way to remove nub marks. It is just so clean. And doesn't require a whole heck of a lot of extra cleanup. Oh, it's so nice. If I ever get somebody coming to me and they ask, what tools should I use as a beginner for nub mark removal? I mean, I'm going to point them at this thing and be like, this is the best thing you can do. And will probably also be, I mean, it's super beginner friendly, super easy. And also makes everything look expert. Because it feels like an expert level tool, man. Like, I don't know. Like, it leaves everything smooth and flat, and there's no, like, I don't know, it's just so nice. No extra excessive cleanup that I've seen. Leaves a bit of shavings around, but I mean, you can clean that up easy enough. And it's not like you're having to clean those up off of the kit itself all the time. All right, there's shoulder number 2 almost done. Just got a couple more pieces to put on for detailing. All right. All right. almost done. Pop that in place. There we go. Second shoulder done. There we go. Now, lower arm. So, again, here's where we get into, you can either assemble it as a standard arm, or we're going to go the route that I'm going to take and assemble it with the beam saber underneath. And I'm pretty sure, I'm going to skip here to the end where they talk about the weapons, that you can assemble that and it just slides on top. Or do you actually have to have the hand for that? Well, it looks like you actually need a hand to have it holding the Gatling, from what I can tell. Well, that's kind of lame. Well, I guess we're doing it the classic way then, so that we can have that gun shooting hand going on. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. You still might be able to assemble both and just have it off to the side, I guess. We'll give that a shot. having to sand this part because I didn't quite get it with the file. It's not too bad, but there's still a little bit of a clear area there that needs some polishing down. All right, almost done with arm number 2. At which point we will be able to say, yep, that's a heavy arms, and not just a heavy arm. I know, it's a stupid pun, but I enjoy saying it. All right. Let's see if we can clean that joint up a little bit there. There we go. And there we go. Arm number 2 of a Heavyarms. Fantastic. Upper body is done. Looks like next it wants us to do the waist. Oh. Except, you know, you get this fantastic little spread here. Again, here's the fight with Hero versus the Tall Geese. Again, not Troa in the suit at that time, but, you know, whatever. Let's not dwell on that. Let's dwell on this here waist that we're about to do. Fantastic. So I can already tell, I think, by the way the hips are designed here, that there's not going to be any sort of dropping or rocking motion in these hips, which is going to limit the posability of the legs somewhat. But I mean, let's be fair. Like, there's only one pose that we actually care about with the Heavyarms. If there was more, then, you know, maybe I'd care a little bit more. But right now, it's pretty obvious that there's only one pose that anybody is going to care about. And it doesn't require a whole heck of a lot of leg posability for that. Let's just go ahead and get this waist all put together. Again, we're assembling this little inner frame first. And like I've said in the past, and in this stream, like, it's cool that there's an inner frame. I am not ever going to display it in a way that anybody can see all those details. That's a personal preference. There's a lot of people who think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. I think it's a really good detail that they put into these kits. Really gives it that, you know, when you're building it, it feels like you're actually building something. So, oh, hey, Evan, did not see that you returned. What you need to watch next? Well, the question becomes, Evan, what do you want to watch, man? It's always difficult for me to recommend things to people because taste is very subjective. I know you guys don't have the DC network, but if you did, Doom Patrol Season 2 just started this week, and Season 2 of Harley Quinn wrapped up, both of which are very excellent shows. You know what I kind of wish was streaming somewhere? I really wish that the old like VH1 pop-up video, like, okay, I know that's a really weird request, but like it was always kind of fun to watch and like see what kind of dumb facts would come up for the music video you were watching. Also, isn't the new season of Letterkenny out soon? If so, you should definitely watch that. But I don't know when its actual release date is. Also, there's that Stargirl show that may be on the DC. Well, I know it's on DC streaming. I don't know if it's on HBO Max. Like, I don't know what the relationship is there between HBO Max and DC. Like, last I checked, they didn't both have all the same things. But if they change that, then that's fantastic. Also, if you haven't seen the Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, that's actually pretty good too. Although I don't really know why they called it Justice League Dark, other than the fact that Constantine and Etrigan are in it. Meh. Oh, you don't know what pop-up video is? Alright, pop-up video. Way back in the day on VH1, they would show music videos. I know, novel concept for a channel that is about music to show music videos, but bear with me. What they would do is, as the music video was playing, is they would actually pop up little facts about the music video or the artist or, you know, some random background thing that was going on in the video. Like, it was just a neat little, like, FYI, here's a cool thing that you may not know about this. And it was actually pretty interesting to watch, just from a, like, oh, I wonder what random crap they're going to talk about on this video. But it has, much like good old MTV, long since gone away in favor of not showing anything music related. Because, you know, God forbid you have a channel based off of music culture and have anything about music on it. Like, I remember back when MTV actually introduced, like, MTV2, and everybody was like, oh, is this just going to be where they show, you know, the older stuff or more, like, non-mainstream music videos? And no, it was literally just another channel that didn't show music videos anymore. And by the way, no, I'm not bitter about the fact that MTV stopped showing music videos. Not even a little bit. Nope. Nope. It only took us until we got YouTube to get music videos back. But, you know, whatever. Some people like to see the full, like, creative vision behind the music, not just, you know, talk about whatever is going on with Beyonce these days. But, you know, that's cool. That's cool. Just ignore those people, apparently, MTV. Nobody needs to know about those people. Don't need to cater to that market. It sounds like I'm having a little cry. I'm not. It's okay. But like seriously, I do remember MTV when it actually showed music videos. And God, that makes me sound really, really old to say. Alright. But yeah, I don't keep up with enough media to be able to recommend you anything to watch, man, other than what I've already said. And that is clearly woefully out of date from what is actually out there. And while I appreciate you trying to play both sides of this, Evan, I don't care about their numbers. I care about the fact that I can't watch music videos anymore without going to YouTube. But that's okay, because I still watch them on YouTube. Yeah, people keep talking about Fire Force and how good it is. I don't know. It's probably good. I haven't watched it either. Like the only anime I've actually seen recently was Tower of God, and I still haven't gotten back into watching that after the first few episodes. Not because it was bad, it's just I literally keep forgetting it exists. So I'll be sitting around bored going, man, I should do something or watch something, and then just completely forget that there is something out there that I had been watching and totally forgot existed. Alright, so this goes in like this. Yeah, it's kind of hard to watch anime if you're doing other things, especially if it's subtitled as opposed to dubbed. Just because, I mean, you're gonna miss stuff. It is the nature of that beast. Yeah, like having something on in the background that's, just kind of noise is usually pretty good while doing other things. I need to catch up on Penn and Teller's Fool Us because I always like magic. Like, bushy eyebrows, making crap disappear that's not really disappearing, card tricks, but like not David Blaine style magic. That guy's kind of a douche nozzle. But like, actual people who have practiced very, very hard on sleight of hand and doing close up magic, like coin tricks and card tricks and like that sort of stuff, like really creative stuff. There's only so much of David Blaine's look at me being me sort of style of magic that I can take. But the Penn and Teller's Fool Us is actually a really fun show for Magic in general because they're not only do you have Penn and Teller on it, who are just amazingly fun to watch, but it's people trying to come up with things that they don't know, which means you get some really innovative looking magic tricks on there. Ah, yes, David Blaine. Fucking hate that guy. I have, like, nothing personal against him, but man, I just can't stand watching anything he's ever done. Like, him and Chris Angel are, like, right there in the same sort of, they're right in the same boat, if you ask me. Although, I will say one thing about Chris Angel that might be a little bit on the controversial side. That guy actually has done a lot of work recently debunking crap like psychics and everything, which is actually pretty interesting. Like, so he's kind of like pulling a Houdini slash that guy whose name I suddenly can't remember, who did it a bunch in like the 70s and 80s and early 90s. And had the whole, like, if you can prove that you actually are psychic, he'll give you $1 million. I don't remember that guy's name, but he was, Chris Angel is actually, like, taking up a lot of that slack now, which is, like, it makes it real hard for me to hate him on a lot of levels. Simply because I'm like, oh man, yeah, you go, you show that guy, like, there's no such thing, like, you know. Like that I'm actually fine with, but I've never been able to stand watching his actual... No, not Crab Psychic. I don't remember the guy's name. And I keep going back to Gordon Ramsay, but that's literally, like, that's clearly not his name. But I can't remember the guy's actual name. But he used to go on, like, talk shows and stuff, and invite psychics to come on and try and prove that they were psychic, and then he would, like, immediately debunk them right there on camera. And he actually had like I said, I think it was $1 million prize out for a while to basically, if you could prove that you actually were psychic, he would give you $1 million. So... And I can't remember the guy's name. I don't even know if he's still alive. Part of me wants to say he's not still alive. Like, but I can't remember. I honestly, I don't know. I can't remember. I haven't heard a lot out of him in recent years. But that's the kind of stuff that Chris Angel is doing these days, is like going around and debunking people who say that they're actually psychic or actually, you know, whatever. Basically debunking all of the stupid John Edwardses of the world. Yeah, James Randi, that's it. Yes. For some reason and that's why Randy is why I kept wanting to go to Gordon Ramsay, and I'm like, no, that's the chef. It's a different guy. Close, but not quite the same. All right. That's black. Did whatever you looked up mention whether or not Randy is still alive? I mean, I kind of hope he is, just because he was a cool dude, but given how old he looked the last time I saw him on TV, I'm kind of thinking he's probably not anymore, but who knows? I could be wrong. I've been wrong about things before. Okay, yeah. I knew it eventually got up to 1 million. But we're fairly certain he's probably dead, right? But like I said, Chris Angel, oddly enough, has actually been going around doing quite a bit of the James Randi routine where he's been trying to debunk real psychics and quote unquote real magic and all of that. And I say good on him. Like any magician who tries to convince you that magic is real, like for real, real, yeah, that guy's a douche. Which makes me think that that even though we all know that David Blaine is the biggest douche, I think that John Edwards guy is an even bigger douche because he's actively taking advantage of people. With his stupid mentalism tricks. Those are a little floppy. They're fine. Front skirt's done. Well, I'm pretty sure David Blaine's been in South Park as well, but yeah, John Edwards, that was the whole... Like, that was a great episode because of the whole, where Stan ended up, people thinking he was psychic because he kept pulling the same tricks, trying to disprove John Edwards. That was a pretty great episode. South Park has had some really great episodes. Which is weird. Like, I like South Park. Oddly enough, I've never actually like gotten into The Simpsons, even though they're kind of almost exactly the same thing. I think South Park's a little bit cruder as far as like the type of humor that they do, and I think they're also trying to be a lot more topical. But overall, they're kind of the same audience. I don't know. I just never really got into The Simpsons though. On the other hand, Futurama is that's my jams there. Futurama's so good. And I guess technically it's a different writing staff than The Simpsons, but still. Futurama's good stuff, man. All right. Got the front skirts on. Let's get the back skirts on. I don't understand why we're undergating on the skirting, because that's literally not what people are going to be looking at, but whatever. Yeah, I actually signed up for HBO Max. I haven't really looked through all of it. But that's because I thought it was going to be, it was going to get all the DC Universe streaming stuff, but it doesn't look like they have yet. And it doesn't look like they have all of the DC stuff that is not on DC Universe either. So, Ninja Turtles versus Batman, I don't think is on there, because I think it's technically, co-owned by the WB or whatever. Or whoever owns Ninja Turtles, Paramount maybe. So, even then, I'm still not getting the full, DC stuff, which sort of bugged me. And hey man, don't laugh at skirting. Skirting is a tried and true military term. Even tanks have skirting. Oh, that's wrong. There we go. Is Swamp Thing or Titans on there? And honestly, what I'm looking for from the DC side is some of the movies that aren't on the DC stuff, Batman v Ninja Turtles, which I know is a controversial statement there. I've heard it was actually pretty good, so I was hoping it would be on there. And I'm not sitting in front of it right now, and I honestly haven't looked at it all that much because they're having a fight with Roku to let Roku have an app for DC or HBO Max, and they're not wanting to do it for some dumb reason. So the only place I have to look at it is on my either on my PC or my tablet or something, and I don't watch stuff sitting in front of my computer, so I'm not going to do that either. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was limited. There was some stuff that I was looking for that I didn't see. Because I don't think Harley Quinn's on there. I don't think Stargirl's on there, oddly enough. But some of the stuff is, I don't know, it just feels kind of half baked. I'm sure there's some other HBO stuff on there that I might eventually care about. But I don't give a crap about Game of Thrones, man. I mean, I guess if they've got the most recent episodes of Last Week Tonight on there, I could probably watch that as they come out. Nope. Nvidia's Shield Plus, is that sort of the same thing as a Roku or whatever? Because that's what I've got right now is Roku. I actually just upgraded my Roku to the newest one. Not for any particular reason. It's not like my old one was dying or anything, but I figured it'd be nice to have a new one. Also, apparently, I can just click on my computer and say stream to my Roku. So I could just do it off of my computer. Like, that's not a big deal, I guess. I always forget that I have that ability. I forget that that's baked into the Roku. I guess I should take advantage of that more. Like, even if I'm watching just YouTube crap, I could stream it directly to the TV at full screen. Now I feel real dumb for not having done that. I mean, technically I can stream directly to the TV itself, but then it doesn't go through my sound system, but... Alright, front and back skirting are on. Fantastic. Is there side skirting on this thing? Well, it's not telling me to assemble any, so I'm going to assume that that's a no. Yeah, I'll do some digging on the NVIDIA thing and see how it compares up. Well, not compares up, but basically how it like what the differences may be. All right, so we've got a waist unit there that looks like it's missing some parts. And now we're wanting to get into some legs. Fantastic. That's actually a cool feature that I did not know existed in Windows until recently, was the fact that you could basically stream to a Wi-Fi device that's enabled for it. So it makes me really, really happy that you can in fact do that. So all right, let's get started building some feet. So, okay, speaking of TVs, I have to ask, because you are the only person I know of who has also gotten new kittens as of late. Did your kittens have any problems with the TV? My cat, for like the first week, was absolutely terrified of anything that came on TV. And I don't know if it was just me. I don't know if it was my cat. I don't know if it was what I was trying to watch. It was just kind of weird that the cat absolutely was like, it would like literally would leave the room whenever the TV was on. Hmm. Interesting. Maybe it's just my cat just didn't like the TV. Oh, which reminds me, because this is what was on when the cat was afraid of the TV. If you have not watched Tales from the Loop, I highly recommend Tales from the Loop. It's on Amazon Prime, and it is a fantastic show that is, like, the first few episodes start off really, really, really depressing, and then it gets a lot better as it goes on. But it's a neat little like slice of life uh, sci-fi show. It's got a lot of really cool ideas in it, based off of the role-playing game. Although they say that it's based off of the art, but the name Tales from the Loop is from the role-playing game, and like the scenarios are from the role-playing game, and the role-playing game is based off of the art. So I guess it's like double removed based off the art, but still. Okay, cool. Thanks for looking that up. I'll have to take a look at the NVIDIA Shield then. See if it does anything that my Roku doesn't that would be worth picking up. Oof. Well, I mean, it's honestly, I've never had a problem with Roku being slow. Like, it's more about like what apps are available. Honestly, like, what is it going to actually stream? Is it gonna like if it's got the same channels and everything, and maybe some more, then that'd be fine. Like, yeah, that's basically what it comes down to for me. Is it going to? Am I going to be able to watch the stuff I want to watch on it without having to do, too much jumping through hoops or whatever? Oof. But yeah, if you really are looking for something else to watch, I'd say check out Tales from the Loop. It's not like at least give the first episode a shot and see if it's something you're interested in. It's kind of it's a really sort of subdued sci-fi kind of thing. It's not totally in your face or trying to be like epic space, opera kind of stuff like you get from The Expanse or whatever, which I've also heard is very good. Don't get me wrong there. I just haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But it's definitely it's a sci-fi show about people and not about sci-fi. Eh. Okay, uses Google Play Store. Cool. If it uses Google Play Store, then there's probably a lot of cool stuff on there. I'll give it a shot. I'll check it out. See if I might want to pick one up or whatever. Then I'd have to figure out what to do with my Roku, but if I did that, but we'll see. I mean, the fact that I've already got a Roku and it does almost everything I want is pretty decent, but it's not perfect. Again, I don't get like HBO Max on it, which bugs me. Like they're still fighting about that. Yeah, I heard The Expanse was. I've heard it's good. Like that, like the space stuff is actually pretty realistic and it's pretty fun. You know, to watch. Got decent characters or whatever. All right. Honestly, man, not a lot. Like HBO Max was kind of the one that was sort of irritating me about the Roku stuff right now. I don't really have a lot of other stuff that I watch. I guess like the big one would be if it's got a decent interface to YouTube. But like part of the thing with YouTube is that I don't know. I don't watch like full length stuff on YouTube. Like I'm not watching movies on YouTube, so I guess that doesn't really matter. And I'm pretty certain if it's on Android, it's got Amazon Prime and Netflix and all the major ones. So I mean, no, I mean, I'm assuming it's got all the stuff I want. Like the big one right now is HBO Max because it's just not on Roku at all. I feel so bad for my cat. I'm over here working on this model kit, and she's been very, very patiently sleeping up here on the floor, just staring at me. Right, that's kind of what I figured it would be. That's okay. As soon as I'm done with this model kit, or whenever I just get tired of working on it for the day, I'm gonna go downstairs and play with her, give her some time. She has this feather toy that she absolutely loves. It's got to be so hard being a cat. Are your kittens clingy at all, man? Like are they okay if you and Jenny go out for a couple hours or whatever, or do they I mean, I'm figuring with two of them they're probably okay with each other, like keeping each other company. Like my cat, I sometimes worry that my cat gets really like stressed out and lonely when I'm not around, to the point where I actually bought a couple of those like online security cameras type things just to see what she does during the day. And what I have found out is that what she does is she sleeps on my bed and that's it. Occasionally she'll stare out the window and watch the cars go by. Yeah, no, I was hoping that I'd have a cat to help keep my new cat company. Unfortunately, that did not work out, and all things considered, I'd kind of, uh, oddly enough, probably not emotionally ready for another cat at this moment. Like, I think I'll be fine with just the one, and the fact that I work from home as much as I do, anyways, these days, she's not too bad about it. But if I go grocery shopping, I'm always like, what is she doing while I'm away? Because I'm just curious. And yeah, it turns out that what she's doing is just sleeping. Though if I'm home and I go into a room she can't get into, like let's say the bathroom, she does not appreciate that at all. She'll sit right outside the door and try and stick her paws underneath. And I'm like, yeah, you really don't want to be in here with me. That would not go well. And despite the fact that she will sit outside it and stare at it, she has not yet tried to get into the bathtub with me. Which is probably for the best, because I don't think that she'd enjoy being in the shower. Doesn't feel like something cats are very keen on. Oh man. Alright, almost done with this pair of feet. And I'm not going to panel line these feet. I never panel line the bottoms of feet. Nobody ever sees the bottoms of feet. I think I say this on every video I stream. Like, nobody gives a crap. Like, I don't know. I can't bring myself to justify putting in all the work of panel lining the bottom of feet. Like, there's people out there who probably do it all the time and they're like, yeah, gotta get the detail down. But, man, this dude's just gonna be standing there. Like, it's not like I'm gonna be inviting people to pick him up and examine the bottom of his feet. So we'll just have a couple of pretty plain looking bottom of the feet. There we go. Heavyarms has a couple of big heavy feet now. Fantastic. Now it looks like we're getting into ankles. Or in Heavyarms terms, probably cankles. I don't know. Oh, okay. I see what I'm doing. Okay. All right. I'm looking at the wrong stuff. I'm like, what the heck? Over here trying to figure out why I can't find the part that it's picturing and I'm reading the wrong numbers. Oh, hey, Phil. Yeah, excellent question. So there's a couple of different things that I use. Today I'm using these Gundam markers. They're fantastic for it. So they are very fine tip. And actually, I'll go ahead and show you basically what I do here. So I take it and you've got these little recessed areas. And I just color them in. Like if it's actual lines, I'll just draw along the line. And you're going to get some bleed over, of course, simply because that's just, the tips of the markers are sometimes thicker than the lines. So once I've done that, what I do is I take just a flat white eraser that you can get from any sort of art supply store and just sort of run it along the top of it. And you don't want to run it over too heavily because then you'll press down into the line and it'll pull some of that color out of the line. But you do want to just kind of rub it over that and get the, just kind of clean it up some. So you can see, let's see, do I have an example of it here on this guy where I did that? I mean, that's essentially what I did for all these dark areas up here is I used the black marker for that. Same for like around here on the back of the head and these lines here along the top of the head. Same goes for like here on this, the front of the crotch piece. That was just, running this gray marker over that and then erasing off the excess. So that's one way you can do it. Another way you can do it is by using the, if I can not throw it on the ground, the Tamiya panel line accent color. These are actually really good if you are painting or top coating. It's got a little dab in here, so it's basically a really light wash. So you would just take this, dab it onto the line, and you'll see where it will run into the line itself and make a really, really, really clean line. I'll probably use this on the leg parts, considering that some of those have some of those sorts of lines, and we'll get to that in a bit. And what you'll see is that it runs really cleanly through those lines, doesn't leave any sort of inconsistencies or anything. The only problem is that you then have to go back after a couple hours when it's dried and actually clean it up with either some thinner on the tip of a Q-tip, or you can clean it off using a some lighter fluid. And you just like get the tip of that Q-tip really, 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 really lightly damp with lighter fluid. And then you take and just kind of like find where you left your nub and sort of mark it off like that, and it will come right off. But you don't want to use too much lighter fluid or thinner, because then what you'll end up with is it'll just raise that color right out of those lines, and you're back to where you started. So you also have to be careful with the type of plastic you're using. It's recommended that if you're using this, you use it either very, very sparingly, or you do a clear coat of a top coat on top of your model. Just to make sure that the enamel paint there doesn't actually get directly onto the plastic, because some plastics do react with that and can cause them to get really brittle and cause cracks. And then you start to see the panel lining ink run through those cracks and end up, unfortunately, causing a lot of mess on it. But honestly, I've been doing this for a while now with that, and I've never seen that happen. So I think a lot of what it comes down to is either I've gotten really lucky with the types of plastics that on the models I've been doing it with, or alternatively, I have not been using nearly as much as I've seen some people who have had the problem. A couple of the times that I've seen people who have had the problems with it and, have claimed that it's been, it's just ruined their kit or whatever. Like when you look at how they did it, it looks like they dunked the stuff into the wash, and like you really don't want to do that. So you do kind of have to be careful about it and just do it lightly if you're going to use the panel line wash. But otherwise, that one's very clean, very easy to do. It's a lot more. It's actually fairly user-friendly to do it that way. It's easy to pick up on and do quite quickly. But again, you do have to be careful with the panel line wash. So the markers are easy. If you just get a big flat eraser that you can get at any like Walmart or whatever to clean up after, then you're fine with those. Again, the only problem is you can sometimes get inconsistencies in the ink just because you are essentially drawing the lines in as opposed to just letting the ink wash in evenly, which is what you get with the panel line wash. I hope that answered your question. Like I said, once I get to some of these pieces I'm about to do, I'll show you how the panel line wash works. Pretty sure it's not going to screw anything up, so I'm not too scared of that. Where's my F? Here we go. But yeah, the Gundam markers, that's literally what they're called. You can usually get them in a 3 set of brown, black, and gray. And the black one is, of course, for your darker colors if you're working with your blues and your dark grays and that sort of thing. And you want to get those panel lined. The brown is generally used on your warmer colors, so your reds and your yellows. You can see that that's what I used on the crest up here. It's what I used for these little accent areas here that have the shading in the skirting armor. Let's turn that up there so you can kind of see it. And yeah, the brown really kind of looks really good. If you've got a really warm white, like this is a very kind of cool white. It's not stark white, but it's, it's a very vibrant white, and you really wouldn't want to use it on that simply because you wouldn't want to use the brown on that. It looks a little meh, looks a little muddy. But if you've got like an almost tannish white or beigeish white, which some of the newer models have been going in that direction, you can definitely use it for that. And it's actually not too bad looking on those. It kind of gives it a sort of weirdly hand-drawn kind of vibe to it. All right. So we've got that. And then all right, here we go. Oh yeah, congratulations, man. Which model did you put together? All right, let's see if I can use this piece to show off the panel line wash here. And hey, thanks, dude. I know I'm not like the greatest. I don't do a lot of painting on my kits, except for when I'm really, really in the mood. But I do very much try. So I appreciate that. So let's see. I'll show off the panel line stuff here. You can kind of see how it works. Hope this will pick up on camera. So all I do is I just sort of dab it, and you can see that line run all the way through. And then you get to where it stops and you dab it again and come around and start dabbing on the other side and get it feeling out on that location. The gray on this doesn't show up the best in the world. unfortunately, just because it is kind of a like really light gray. So what I'll probably end up doing is going over this again here in a second with the marker. But yeah, that's really all it is. You just kind of dab it on, and you get this, you know, line. Again, the only problem I have with this is that you do have to go back later with either thinner or something and really clean it up. But it does leave, once you're done, it does leave exceptionally clear lines, and I really appreciate that. But you've also got to, again, be careful about like how you do it and how much you use. It's not, it's definitely a more advanced way of doing it. For easier kits like this, I generally just prefer to do the markers. So mostly because there's less cleanup, and I'm not painting this one, so I'm not like too concerned about, like, I'm not going to do a top coat or anything. So yeah, if you're using the markers, you literally just run it over like this. Doesn't matter how messy you get, you just go back over it with the eraser. And you want to run like across the lines, not along the lines, just because you're not going to end up getting down into that line too much doing it that way. So yeah, when you're done with that, again, the marker is a little bit darker color than the wash, so you kind of have to use a little bit more of the wash. But you end up with a nice clean line like that if you're using the eraser method. Again, it's if you get really close to it or you start looking too deeply into it, it's not nearly as clean as you would get with the accent line color, but it's still pretty good. Like, in my opinion, it's good enough, I guess, is the point. And I'm not an expert at this by any means. I'm not doing entering contests or anything like that with it, so like, to me, good enough is good enough. But it all comes down to like how much effort you want to put into it, how much time you're going to put into it. Ooh, yeah, the Wing Gundam is actually a really good one to start with. That's the 1/144 scale, the high grade one probably. Unless you got the master grade, which is what the scale this one is, which is fantastic. But yeah, I have the Wing Zero high grade that I put together a couple years ago. Fantastic model kit. Like, it's simple, but it actually looked really, really nice. And like, once you get into doing the using the Gundam markers, which are cheap, you can get those just about anywhere. I have bought mine mostly off Amazon, but you can get them off of just about any online store that sells Gundam model kits. So USA Gundam Store, you see all the stickers I got up here because I order from those dudes a lot, and stickers got to stick somewhere. But Gundam Planet, that's another one that I order from a lot. So yeah, you can get those markers anywhere, and they are absolutely fantastic. I do recommend getting the 3-pack. I've actually been using these same markers for about 3 years now. So if you're concerned about how long they last, the answer is long enough. Like, they definitely are a worthwhile investment when it comes to working on these model kits. The amount of detail that just pops once you've got it panel lined just makes everything look so much, just leaps and bounds better than just a out of the box assembly. All right. But hey, yeah, welcome to the hobby, man. Glad to have you. It's a super fun hobby. It's a little time consuming, clearly. If you really want to get into it, like, I mean, I've got the last painted kit I did was the last one that I actually completed, because I did one recently that I just threw away because I hated it so much. But the last completed painted kit I took about 3 days to do completely. That's about 8 hour sessions a day. And that was the Metal Gear Rex from Kotobukiya kits. So yeah, I mean, you can get as deep into it or as not deep into it as you wish. And yeah, it's just a nice, relaxing, kind of lazy day hobby. There we go. Set those pieces of the feet over, and we'll get started on the inner frames of the legs. I mean, the good thing about good old Heavyarms here is that once you get to the lower half of the body, and well, technically the whole thing is pretty symmetrical, so you don't have to worry too much about like assembling like two completely different legs. I mean, we're not looking at something crazy like the Amatsumina or something that has completely different parts on both half of the body. So that's nice, but this is a nice little master grade kit, so it's going to be a pretty complex build in the legs anyways, because first we get to build this nice little cool inner frame, and then we start sticking the armor on it. And there's a nice set of mechanics in here for things like bending the knee and causing the knee armor to move, and you know, that sort of thing. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into the legs on these kits, and I find that most of the time it's the legs and the chest areas that take the most amount of time overall. The arms are generally pretty easy unless you're doing something like the NT1 Alex, which has a fairly hefty arm build because it's got that Gatling gun in the arm and all of the attachment points for all of the heavy armor. That one's actually sitting on my shelf back there on backlog because I just got it recently, so I haven't had a chance to do it yet, but that'll be coming up. I mean, of course, that's not taking into account things that are like mobile armors, like the Dendrobium. Man, that I'm looking forward to and fearing that kit just because of the amount of stuff that's in it. So, oh. Almost got away from me there, didn't you? All right. That's got to go there. Ah, there we go. And yeah, Phil, don't ever let anybody tell you that uh, the how cheap your model is degrades anywhere from, you know, anything about the quality of the build, dude. Like some of these cheaper kits, especially when you start getting into the uh, like the Origins line and stuff like that, they're not expensive. I mean, they're 15-20 bucks a kit. Even some of the Build Divers kits like you can get these days, but like they're not expensive. But man, do they look really, really cool when they're done. So, so yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is build whatever you think looks cool, dude. Like that's really all there is to it. That's the absolute best advice I think you can get. Like, if you think it's going to be a fun build and you think it looks cool, go for it. And don't be afraid of a build just because it seems like it might be a little bit intimidating in size or complexity or whatever. I mean, you've done the Wing Gundam now. It's not they're not super hard. As long as you follow the instructions, anybody can build these and they can come out looking great. You just got to put a little bit of effort into doing things like cleaning up your nub marks. Again, I really highly recommend this thing I just got, the Racer from Gun Primer. It's a fantastic little... essentially, it is a glass file, and it is phenomenal at getting rid of the leftover nub marks from getting stuff off the sprues. Oof, that is going to be a tight knee to bend. I like that. It'll hold its position well. And that goes like that, I think. Yes. All right. Where does this connect at now? Okay, it goes in there like that. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right. All right. That's going to be annoying until I get this piece on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Gundams versus Transformers is Transformers you don't have to put together most of the time, and they also transform. And I have yet to see a Gundam with an actual transformation that looks like it actually turns into a real thing, as opposed to just a collection of Gundam parts in a slightly different arrangement. So, like, no, I get you there, man. I am like, Transformers are that's my first love. But until they come out with and not that they don't have them, there are actually some Transformers model kits that are phenomenal. I highly recommend checking those out. They're done by Flame Toys, the guys who do those really high-end, non-transformable. I think they did a Drift and a Nemesis Prime figure. Those are fantastic, the model kits that they put out. I did the IDW Optimus Prime that they did, and it was a fantastic build, but it doesn't transform, and I can't really play with it, and it doesn't come with all the cool stuff that Transformers comes with. So there's a place in the world for both. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Transformers because they do stuff. Like, end of the day, man. So I totally understand your position there. See, and there we have your fully moving leg with this really cool motion there in the knees, where this piece moves when your knee bends, pulls out, and then a second part of the knee because it's a robot and not a person. And you can see that this piece here also bends with that knee, which is pretty awesome as well. So let's build the other one. And then start putting some armor and rocket launchers on this joker. I guess the closest that I would say that I've seen to, now that you made me think about it, Phil, the closest that I've seen to a Gundam that actually transforms in a way that makes any sense is either going to be the Curios from Gundam 00, or alternatively the Double Zeta Gundam from Gundam Double Zeta. I mean, the first Zeta Gundam does transform technically, but it really just kind of looks like it lays down on its face and then just attaches a shield to the back of its head to look like it's flying. And to me, that's not really a transformation. That's just, it's phoning it in, is really what it is. So I'm not going to give that one a pass. That is literally just phoning it in when it comes to transformation sequences. Not to say that, I mean, hell, there's Transformers out there that do about the same thing. Looking at you, Siege Starscream. I love Starscream, but man, that toy was beyond a disappointment, if you ask me. That might be an unpopular opinion, but there you have it, Phil. Siege Starscream, not fantastic in my opinion. I've heard the Earthrise one is a little bit better. If we're going to be fair about it, I haven't gotten it in hand yet. My initial thoughts on it were, man, this looks a whole heck of a lot like the Classics version that they came out with, the Generations one or whatever. And I was really, really skeptical of it, because it did look so much like that, like something that we've already had. But now that I've seen size comparisons and everything, yeah, the transformation is very, very similar on the two. But the size is what makes them different. Like, the Earthrise one is just way bigger. So I'll probably end up getting it. I mean, not that I don't have enough Starscreams, but any of the Seekers I'm kind of a sucker for. So, yeah, there we go. Second leg, done. Or at least the inner frame of the leg is done. Alright, now we're going to want to concentrate on the right leg. So let's stick this guy up here. And because we can't have a robot with wimpy looking legs, we're going to put some robo calves on him. you go. Some big old beefy robo calves. And actually, Phil, if you're still watching, one thing that you can do that I've done with, actually did it with my, that massive Devastator set they put out a couple years ago. The really big $200 one that's, you know, all retooled and massive and huge and all that. I actually took that Devastator set and took these panel line markers and went over it with that. And oh my god, it looked so awesome. Like, I was just so massively impressed with how good that actually looked when I was done. Like, I honestly was just floored by how good it looked doing the panel lining on that figure. And then I've like been contemplating doing more panel lining of my Transformers figures just to give them that more, you know, sort of cartoon accurate sort of look. I haven't gone through with it yet, just because, you know, that's if it ends up looking like crap, then, you know, basically wasted a figure. But I honestly think that it's something that a lot of these types of figures could definitely benefit from. All right. Yeah, I mean that detailing is great. Like, especially the last few waves of figures that have been out. Like, it looks fantastic, and the I'll have to pull it out of storage at some point and post a picture of what I did with the with that Devastator set. But man, just like taking this dark black marker and going over some of those major detail lines, like, holy crap, it just night and day made it look so cool. So yeah, I highly recommend doing it if you are, you know, even remotely into those sorts of things. And honestly, the reason why I don't think a lot of people do it is because I don't think that there's a huge amount of crossover between people who do these sorts of model kits and people who collect, you know, Transformers action figures. Like, I think if there was more crossover, I think you'd see a lot more of the of that sort of thing happening. But yeah, right now it's just it's an interesting intersection. one's in an awkward spot. Doesn't want to shave down. All right. All right, cool. I had a feeling that it would end up looking really cool. Plus, that set, like, if you haven't seen the set in person, it looks cool. It's all impressive. It's big and everything. But man, there's a lot of that set that just looks really, really bland. And it was kind of irritating me how bland it like kind of looked. Like all the green is just the same green color all the way through the set. There's not a lot of there's no variation in any of the colors. It's just green and purple and that's it. And I'm like, this really needs something. Really, really needs something to help make it stand out. So I was like, what am I gonna do? Because I don't want to just like full on paint some of it, which I've kind of been thinking of since I had started getting into like airbrushing and all. And I started looking around and I'm like, I see it's got all these, really nice molded details that you really can't see because it is just straight up green. So I grabbed my panel liner and I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. And it ended up looking really, really cool. Like, yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, it's a really cool set, but like when you actually sit down at the end of the day and take a look at it, there's a lot of it that just looks really bland because it's just so monotonous in color. Ah. All right, almost done with this leg armor, and then we get to install the missile pods on it. And that should be pretty fun. I'm going to have to wash my hands really thoroughly when I'm done with all of this, though, because I'm getting so much, just so much plastic dust on them. There we go. Top of the leg done. Speaking of DairyCon, Phil, do you have any you got any insider information on what the thoughts are about I know they had been kind of hinting at maybe doing one later in the year, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it this year. You know, with everything that's going on. Fair enough. I will keep my skeptical hat on at that then. I'm really hoping something comes out of it because I'd like to go to another one. I mean, I went to the one last year and then kind of, you know, everything happened this year, so I didn't get a chance to go because, you know, didn't happen. So I'm kind of hoping I'll get to go to another one this year, but we'll see. Like if it ends up not happening, that's fine. We actually had to cancel Gamehole Con because of everything, but we didn't really have much of a choice in the matter because of the regulations by the county. So, like if they decide not to do it, I applaud that. If they decide to do it, then I'll have to see, you know, what the current climate of, you know, where people are at, where the estimates are at on whether or not people are going to be able to gather, and you know, there's a lot that goes into it. Yeah, no, I get that, man. We'll see what happens. I've actually been, kind of missing playing the card game with people over at Misty, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's cons happening this year at all. Period is going to be tricky. I mean, like I said, we wanted to have Game Hall Con. We ended up being told we couldn't. Uh, Not that we were really on the fence about it to begin with. Like there were a lot of us internally making the argument that we should just go ahead and cancel straight out. I think that probably would have was the best plan. But what we were kind of waiting for, a little behind the scenes here, is we needed confirmation from the county that they were not going to allow any conventions or anything to happen, or that social distancing would still be in place. Because then that gives us an out in our contracts that say, well, it's not our fault. We're not just canceling because we want to cancel. We're canceling because we literally can't do the show. And that's part of the outs of our contract so that we could, not have to end up paying a bunch of money for a con that we couldn't hold. But at the end of the day, we were like 90% going to have to cancel in case, just unless something else massively happened. Sticker applications. Yeah, you weren't around earlier. I was kind of talking about that. So for this kit, the only what I would consider mandatory stickers that were on the kit, and I'll give you a look in just a second. I gotta finish shaving down this piece here. So the only ones on this kit that I would consider mandatory were the eyes here, the camera in the front, and the camera on the back of the head. Those shiny stickers. Those are the only three that I would consider mandatory. There's a few more that I'm probably going to put on. But what it actually comes with is a set of dry transfers, which I absolutely love. Oh, let's see if I can get those out without screwing them up. So you got a set of dry transfers and a set of actual like sticker style decals that are going to go on. And I have yet to decide which ones I'm going to put on and which ones I'm not. I think the dry transfers are probably, at least a couple of them are going to end up getting put on just because they do look so cool when they're on and you can't tell that they're stickers. Same with water slides, but these are not water slides. They're sticker style decals, I believe. But they're not mandatory. They're not color correcting. So that's something that you'll hear a lot about if you really get into, more of the Gundam model kit stuff is the concept of color correcting stickers. And those are stickers that go on because the parts themselves are not molded into correct colors. And when you get into the high grades like this, you have very, very few of those. There are some older kits that definitely have that. The GP02 from Stardust Memory comes to mind, which is, in my opinion, just an awful kit anyways. It's the one that I was talking about earlier when I said that I painted it and then threw it away because I hated it so much. But yeah, there are a few kits that do come with color correcting stickers. Again, there's not very many at all when you get to the higher grades like this. So if you're looking to get into the higher grade ones and you're just like, man, I don't want to put on any stickers, you usually don't have to. And if you want very few actual necessary stickers, then my advice would be to pick up a real grade kit. They're a little bit cheaper than the master grades. They usually come in about 25 to 30 bucks a piece. They're the same size as the one that you already put together, but they are massively better designed. Just tons of articulation, lots of cool features. All of the color correction is already done on the runners. The only stickers that come on it are, again, in the eyes, and again, some of the cameras, some of the shiny stickers, because it's really hard to mold that stuff. And occasionally you'll get some that have one or two other stickers, but for the most part it's all going to be color correct on the runners. So those are really, really good kits. They are advanced level kits, I'd say. They're not you're not going to be able to just pick one up and do it. There's quite a bit of extra effort that goes into building those. But they're very, very rewarding. I mean, they just look amazing. Especially the newer ones. Like, the older ones don't look any less amazing, but posing them is a little bit harder because of the way the frame inside of them is built. But definitely there's a distinct difference between the newer ones and the older ones. Overall, I don't think it matters that much. Pick the one you think looks cool, build that one. But those are the real grades. The master grades, you occasionally do have color correcting stickers, but the real grades, I have yet to see one with anything other than the eyes as part of the stickers. So I will say that the high grades, which is probably the one you did, they usually do have quite a lot of color correcting stickers. Depending on the kit. If you're looking for that level of build, like that build simplicity from a high grade, but you don't want to have a lot of too many stickers, check out any one that is labeled as Gundam The Origin. Those kits are insanely good for being relatively cheap and easy to build. I've got a Zaku and a Jim that I did from that line that are both insanely cool looking and very, very few stickers or anything on them. And that's, for reference, again, Gundam The Origin. They just actually released earlier this year the RX-78, the original Gundam, in the Gundam Origins line. And it looks phenomenal. Comes with a ton of accessories and weapons. If I didn't already have the G40 that I put together last week, or the Beyond Global that I've got on pre-order, then I'd probably be getting the Origin version. But I've already got the other two, so I don't need that many RX-78s, that's for sure. Also, if it sways you at all, the master grades are always much bigger. So you're not dealing with as many tiny parts. And generally the joints are stronger and they're easier to pose and all of that. They're just generally higher quality than the high grades. And then, of course, the real grades are smaller than the master grades, but even better quality, in my opinion. And then if you really, really, really want to get crazy with it all, you can go and get some perfect grade kits if you want to spend a few $100. And those kits are insanely cool. In fact, next weekend, over the July 4th weekend, I'm going to be putting together one of the master grade kits that I've got. It's the Freedom Gundam. I know, that's exactly why I picked it, because the name is kind of punny. So I'll be doing that one next weekend, and the detail level on that stuff is just nuts. There we go. That's how a heavy arm should look. Missile pods flexed open. That is awesome looking. I absolutely love the look of the heavy arms as a kit overall. Fair enough, Phil. Again, I would say check out either USA Gundam Store or Gundam Planet. Those are two of the best resources that I can think of for buying kits. They have a huge selection. You can basically go through the HG section again. I would say stick with HGs for now. And just find some kits that you think look cool, man. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Maybe hit YouTube up, watch some reviews of the kits if you're worried about complexity or stickers or something. There's a couple of good YouTubers out there that cover a lot of the kits. Zaku Aurelius is one. He's sort of officially, unofficially, or not. I think it is actually officially sponsored by USA Gundam stores. So, like, he's got discount codes and stuff. Mecha Guy Kotsu does a lot of really cool, fun reviews. If you're worried about a kit, if he's got the kit, then his review is actually probably going to be one of the better ones. He's also pretty entertaining to listen to as well. I find that Zaku Aurelius knows a lot about what he's doing, knows a lot about what he's talking about. Fantastic guy, but I mean, his voice kind of is a little bit boring to me. And I apologize up front to him for that. He knows a lot about what he's doing. He's a fantastic builder. Like, some of his custom builds look absolutely amazing. But it's hard for me to watch his like longer videos because they do kind of start to, I don't know, they get to me a little bit. Like I said, super nice guy. I would definitely shake his hand if I saw him in person and thank him for, you know, all of the time he has saved me by him doing a build that I didn't have to, so that I could see whether or not I wanted the kit that he was working on. Ooh, right. Oof. I might have to run my might have to run my eraser under some water here and get the all of the shavings off of it here in a bit. these parts are kind of annoying. Some of them are not great at well, the way they put the runners on them make it not great for cleanup. So I gotta shave them down instead of sanding them down or filing them down, which is not always fantastic. Because if you slip up with your sanding, yeah, you can kind of correct it a little bit. Like you might have some rounded corners where you meant to have square corners, but overall, as long as you do it consistently, it's not a big deal. But if you're using a knife and you shave, it's really hard to correct if you screw up. Though sometimes you don't really have that much of a choice, unfortunately. Thankfully, they only did it on these white pieces, so that's not that big of a deal. Those clean up really, really easily, and it's a lot harder to see any problems on white pieces than it is on these darker colored pieces. So, yeah, I'm much happier with them having those awkward ones on the white pieces. If they were on the darker colored pieces, then probably be a much different story because I'd probably have a lot harder time cleaning those up. But as it is, I'm not having too much of a difficult time here. But yeah, like that one is kind of in this little curve of the leg there, so I have to clean that up with a knife. Thankfully, it's only on these legs that I've been seeing this as a problem on this kit. So I don't think it's a hugely widespread problem with it, which is good. I mean, it's not a matter of thinking. Like I've done the entire rest of the kit and it hasn't been a problem. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's a good thing that it has not been a widespread problem on this kit. All right, let's see. More missile pods. Yeah. Thankfully, because I love this kit so much, this is not the only one that I'm ever going to get to put together. Because I did pre-order the Endless Waltz custom of this one, which I mentioned way earlier in the video. And having put this one together so far, I honestly do not think that I would have any problem also putting together the Endless Waltz custom. Like, honestly, that one, it comes with the double or the quadruple guns, I guess. So it's going to be basically the same thing, different colors, but with different weapons that can attach in different ways. And, you know, I'm okay with that. I could understand if some people were like, that's a bit excessive, and didn't you just put that one together, and isn't it exactly the same build again, and aren't you going to get bored with it? And honestly, no. I really, really love that Endless Waltz design with the quad Gatlings, and yeah. I mean, more heavy arms the better, I always say. In fact, I was just saying that at work the other day. We were talking about, end of quarter finance earnings, and, what we're going to do for the next quarter, and whether or not we're going to be able to get the supply chain running. And I was like, you know what, guys? It doesn't really matter, because more heavy arms is always a good thing. At which point, the guy who was giving the presentation asked me who I was and what I was doing in their company, and had me escorted out of the office. And, the security guards were really nice, so that was fun. Oh, we're done with that runner. Go away. Also, the one thing that is really, really cool about most these model kits is that once you've done one leg or one arm or whatever, the second one always goes that much faster, because you kind of already know what you're doing. You just have to be careful not to get too comfortable with it and end up missing something important. And ended up having to go back and redo the whole thing. I've done that way too many times where I'm like, yeah, I can just go ahead and do this and work through it and etc. And then when I actually look at what I did, I'm like, that is completely and totally wrong. right. And they should really call this guy Heavy Legs. With those legs on the side there. Those missile pods. There we go. Leg number 2. Now let's look at something here. Alright, that is most of this thing put together. And I think that's where I'm going to stop for now. I'll probably work on it a little bit more soon-ish. Oof. There we go. So, yeah, thanks you guys for watching. I've got some stuff I need to go take care of that I'm actually a little late for. So, yeah, that is where I'm going to stop streaming the build for this guy, and I will pick up the build later tonight and probably post pictures of it when it's finished with the all the weapons and everything on. So keep an eye out for that on my Facebook, because that's where I'll be posting the pictures. I probably won't stream the building of the weapons and everything just because it shouldn't take all that long and it's not all that interesting, but the final product is what matters, and that's what I will be showing off when it is ready. So there is a mostly complete Heavyarms right there. So once again, thank you all for joining, and yeah, I'll see you next time I'm streaming, which hopefully will be maybe tomorrow or next week. So have a nice one.